Okay, we're back with more Final Fantasy I, Dawn of Souls. I did do some testing and research off stream, and it looks like the occasional graphic issue, let's see if I can reproduce it here, is not something that I can fix. That little flash at the bottom, and sometimes the glitching out in the dialogue section. I think I might be able to reduce the incident of it if I let text scroll instead of skipping through it like I usually do, so I'm going to give that a try and see if that helps at all. We got a little bit of grinding to do today. I've got fire. I want to get some money to pick up some more upgrades here, and then we can progress with the story. So let me see what I can pick up with the money I already have. 1805 is pretty good. I got fire. I think we said sleep's pretty good in this game. Realizes one foe isn't particularly awesome. There's like a level 3 magic shop in this town. Hey Kai Mom, how you doing? Sleeper has one foe to sleep. Definitely gonna want haste. Possibly gonna want Lazara, but I don't think it's better than the fire spell. Just make sure I didn't already pick up anything like that. Okay. Poisona is really expensive, and so is Vox, but I don't want to, like, consumable items are still pretty expensive for me at this stage in the game, so I think I'm going to actually try to get those. I'm going to explore a bit further out from here. Let's see. Earth Gift, Chaos, okay. Good, happy to hear it. I think haste remains pretty good in this one. Oh, should be using fire on the tarantulas apparently, okay. Defense upgrades are paying off right now. Getting poisoned is pretty brutal in this game since staying in an inn doesn't recover it. I think there's an item shop here. Just walk the longest possible way to it. There we go. Try to make a quick fix, 1 second. Video. V-Sync. That's better. Ooh. I don't even know if that's perceptible on stream, but it was driving me crazy, V-Sync being off. It's one of the things I tried when I was trying to fix the corrupted text thing that happens on the emulator. Doesn't fix that problem. Yeah, that's the plan, Mega Man. It just costs 2,500 gold, so it's taking me a sec. Gil, I should say. Properly localized game. Oh my god. Final Fantasy 16. Be released in 2030, I'm sure. So much value. I thought that only gave 52 kill. So I don't quite have enough. Yeah. I'm gonna pick it up, but I want Poisona first since there's so much stuff that poisons you out here. I thought Yoshi P denied allegations that he was involved in Final Fantasy XVI. If that's true, then that actually is very exciting. Oh, thank you, Kaimon. Appreciate that. So that one doesn't trigger Twitch alerts. Thank you. And I guess I should just ask because Twitch chat's messaging is not great about this. Soundtrack is being done by Soken. Oh, it's speculation. I wonder why Yoshi P outright denied that he was involved in it. Seems like an obvious choice from Square after Shadowbringers did so well in Metacritic score. It changes the character's name to Poison. Okay, so it's not confirmed that Yoshi P is the director, actually. Zona. Let me go try to find a dungeon. Hey, Serp, how you doing? I just need to find where I left my boat. I had it out here somewhere. Probably shows on the map. We'll check that in a second. That's probably what that is up there, huh? Alright. Warrior gear. We'll try to aid the slumbering prince, no problem. There's my boat. See what else is on this island. Probably gonna want to rest before I go into a cave because I've almost burned through the Black Mage's MP. I'm sorry to hear that, Serb. Glad to hear you're feeling a little better. Didn't poison me, thanks, game. That spin jump. Definitely what you do after you wake up from a nap. Okay, fully healed. See what I can find in terms of new dungeons to explore. Okay, east of the Elf City is nothing, good to know. Werewolves have regeneration. There's no ATB, but doubling your hits per attack is still the most powerful buff in the game, just like it is in every other Final Fantasy. Heat someone else's chicken soup through the internet? Good question. I might end up being able to pick up haste before we get to the dungeon at this rate. And due north. Blizzard probably would have been overkill there anyway. Should have had my warrior and thief two different targets. We should be okay now. I like those fights, the ones with two giants or a giant and a bunch of worms. Lots of money. Oh, I didn't realize how few HP these regular wolves had. Good to know. Definitely not worth doing single target casts on them. It's dead end east, I think. $21.95. Almost have enough for haste. Kind of weird that it's a black magic spell. I guess maybe the logic is it's a combat buff. Nice. definitely should have enough now, yeah. Next time I make it back to the town. For now, it would just be nice to confirm what's over here. I don't think I want to go all the way south just yet. I'm gonna rule out the northern shore first. Ow. No! Stop targeting my weakest character. You don't see enemy hit count though, do you? Because it's happening under the hood when they're attacking you. Ghasts. In an open field. Oh, I don't need to cast D on them, okay. This might be the same regular undead from the Chaos Temple. Worth a lot of money, though. Oh, here we go. Save. Western Keep. Key. No random battles in here? It's kind of surprising. Bound by the Mystic Key. Maybe, in fact, this isn't progress yet. There's only the one door in here as far as I can tell. Let's make sure none of the bats are like a special bat, right? Oh, that's a separate one in the center? Okay. Tricked by Astos, king of the Dark Elves, and now my castle's fallen into ruin. If only I could retrieve the crown from the Marsh Cave, I'd be able to restore my castle. Let you bring me the crown. I'll try. This looks pretty marshy. Lizard's got a pretty cool animation. I don't think they're weak against ice, though. Buff enough that I'm occasionally one-shotting the ogres now, that's nice. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I should start buying ethers, because they're not crazy expensive in this game like they are in a lot of other Final Fantasies. I think they're like 50 gil each, which is not that big of a deal. Otherwise, I'm pretty dependent, I'm pretty like tethered to the town for when my Black Mage runs out of MP. Now I'm just going to try to uncover as many landmarks as possible, and then I'll backtrack. Wow! 7 enemies. These were the days. The one that's always stuck with me, I think it's in Final Fantasy VI, and maybe also in 5, is there's an enemy where they just stacked like 9 sprites on top of each other. It creates the illusion of being a single enemy that you have to kill multiple times for it to actually die. Don't think Dia is necessary, but she's not really using her MP on anything. Resident Evil 8, huh? Is it going to be a PS5 exclusive or something? Okay, with this. Marsh Cave! Here we go. This is progress. Cool song. It's probably being interrupted by combat music, right? I like that room effect the ceiling gives away. It's cool. Enemy hordes. Yeah, it's a neat concept. It's a different challenge. They make it so they kind of like act as one unit, right? Toshipi's the producer, holy shit. I wonder why he said he wasn't. Maybe he hadn't been strong-armed into doing it. Poor Yoshi-P, I hope he doesn't become the next, Sakurai being forced to make games chained to a bed. It makes AoE spells a little bit more interesting, especially since AoE spells are dangerous in Shin Megami Tensei under normal circumstances because of the press turn system. Wow, well in that case the game might actually get made. It's actually pretty exciting. We might see it sometime in the next 2 or 3 years. Good for them. I wonder what that means for 14 then. Because 14's kind of gotten to a point where it's like self-sustaining. I don't know if it needs Yoshi-P's involvement directly as much anymore. I assume there must have been rumors about this, otherwise Yoshi-P wouldn't have like directly denied it. Trailer feels pretty 14. I'm guessing the trailer is all cutscene, no substance. We don't know if it's gonna have like a job system or what. shit, it looks like some combat. Is it going to be FF7? Okay. That's okay. I can deal with action RPG combat. I said before, I feel like JRPGs are kind of dead, or at least all their design space has been thoroughly tapped out. And you either got to do something like pants on head different with it, like Bravely Default, or not bother. Yeah, I feel like I haven't played Dragon's Dogma. I've seen a little bit of it, though. I remember Galactic Kodiak was playing it for a bit, and it occurred to me to be the same way I feel about Monster Hunter, where it's like it has the sort of interplay of systems where it might be neat to play, but would never actually grab me and make me want to keep playing it. It doesn't have those cathartic milestone brain catches like bonfires are in Dark Souls. Cool. That's exciting news. And I am heartened to hear that. If he's using a similar engine or comparable combat to Final Fantasy VII Remake, I'm very hopeful that that team will be able to iterate on it. Because I really like the concept of 7 Remake's combat, but parts of it were so frustrating to me. Other than Revo, I feel like Soken's the only other composer that I'd be happy to see doing Final Fantasy. But we don't know that yet for sure, right? It's just speculation. I wonder what Matsu's up to. I thought I heard he was sick at one point. Gotta make it back to the inn to heal, and I've got a ton of money now, so I should be able to buy basically all the spells I could want. Pretty much, I think it's just haste. It sounds like Soken. Okay. Open world Dark Souls with East-like level scaling and over-designed AI party members. Yeah. It's weird. I've been trying to put my finger on this concept of... I've talked about cathartic milestones before, like the thing in the game that you look forward to happening. I've played a lot of open world games where you just don't get those at all. Another one's like Breath of the Wild where it achieves it really well. It's like this weird set of games where if you just told me the bullet points, the back of the box, I'd be like, oh wow, that sounds awesome. That's way up my alley. And then I go to play it, and it's fine, but it never like super hooks me where I'm really excited for the next every hour of play, you know? It's not just open world games I have that problem with. Like, was it Arcane Studios? They did Dishonored and Prey, which are like almost Deus Ex style games, but not quite. I think the feature bullet points for Dishonored 1 and 2 and Prey have almost a one-to-one overlap with Deus Ex Human Revolution, and yet I felt way more compelled to keep playing Deus Ex than I did Dishonored. Alright, let's see. Haste. Thank you. Probably gonna pick up Vox too, although if my White Mage gets silenced, that's a bigger problem. I guess that's just to remove silence from the Black Mage. Maybe not. I've heard the genre called Immersive Sim 6-gun, which I don't like that name at all. It might just be that, like, Deus Ex, if you remove the Praxis kit from Deus Ex, I might feel as ambivalent toward it as I do to like Dishonored and Prey. I don't dislike Dishonored and Prey, I still think they're very good games, but I wasn't like hungering for each new map in those games, if that makes sense. Simmersives. System Shock, right? I don't like it. I don't think it accurately describes what the game is like. Oh, that's right, I can save even in town and dungeons and stuff. Goodness for the GBA and Nintendo's save policies. Even then, though, I don't really... The word simulation has a very loaded meaning for me when it comes to describing game genre. Like, it makes me think of, like, Gran Turismo and SimCity, Microsoft Flight Sim, things that aren't super video gamey, but, like, I think that one of the most... I feel like Deus Ex type games are some of the most video gamey games that are out there, right? Yeah. I often see the word simulation as, like, as opposed to being video gamey, right? Neville World. I think we're probably screwed over by the fact that we use RPG as pretty much a synonym for XP or progression system involved, right? If we had a more specific word or genre term that meant progression, I think that's the thing that ties games like Deus Ex and Dishonored and Prey together. It's more that you invest in different builds, and then there's different degrees of intensity of that. people were comparing Final Fantasy VII Remake to Souls combat, which I think that's part of what was so frustrating to me about it, that it felt like it was almost Souls combat, but not in exactly the wrong ways for me anyway. Yeah. No, in any case, I am optimistic. I wouldn't even say cautiously optimistic. Optimistic about Final Fantasy 16. It's very cool to hear that a reliable director-producer team is involved. But I guess I never played Last Remnant. There's like 3 Square or Square-adjacent games that came out all around the time of Last Remnant that all have titles that are more or less interchangeable. It's like, was Residence of Fate one, or is that even an older game? Maybe I'm thinking of Threads of Fate. What's the one with the guns? It's Tri-Ace, not Square. Yeah, it's like somewhere between 2007 and 2015. There were a bunch of kind of JRPGs that came out that I can't keep track of which one's which. Oh, really? I didn't realize Lightning Returns wasn't developed in-house at Square. Curiosity Cole. I'm excited for the Demon Souls remake. I will probably play that on stream, even though we already played Demon Souls. Just because I'm thirsty for more Souls games, and I don't remember anything about that game other than the basic plot. Just inject Soulsborne games directly into my veins. Oh, it's a real thing. I got one out of the 2 things I wanted from Final Fantasy 16. One day we'll get a numbered Final Fantasy sequel that's just 16-bit. guess Final Fantasy in particular is kind of trapped. It's almost like the Japanese Crisis, where Square has such a reputation in Japan for Final Fantasy series always pushing the edge of graphics, right? That it's almost the worst possible series to do a retro title on. Continues to be so odd to me that we learned how to sculpt and we all stopped painting. We left painting to the indie plebs. I wonder if it's just a byproduct of the fact that video games are, outside of the indie sphere, generally corporate art. It's the same for movies and TV shows. So many people need to be involved. Every movie has to be an Avengers Destructathon, right? In the case of 16 being a graphics show-off that's PS5 bound, then that makes perfect sense. Still unfortunate. When I heard they were going to announce it, or that there was speculation it was going to be announced at the PS5 launch, I was like, ah, not happening with this entry. Well, that would be kind of funny. Buy the PS5 with the integrated SSD or whatever, so you can play a 16-bit Super Nintendo game. I don't know. Look at some of the most popular games being played right now. I would argue that Minecraft is a retro-style game. That's cool. Like, it's... the trailer seems to suggest traditional fantasy. It's the same price point as the Xbox, whatever the fuck it's called. The Xbox 4. Right? Wait, what's the actual name of the console? Those are the different editions, like the 360 Elite, right? Or the PS4 Pro. That's cool. I can do this sci-fi shit, but... Magic only slime monster, interesting. Yeah, but like, what are people actually calling it? Like, if you're just trying to refer to the Gen 4 Xbox, are you calling it the Series X and Series S, or do people just call it the Xbox Series, or the Series X, and then we all understand that S is a downgraded version of it or something? The new Xbox, the Xbox U. This goes to show that horrible console name strategies are not exclusively in the purview of Japanese console makers. Xbox One was already really, really bad. Progress door A. Series X. Series S is recent. People may use it when they refer to that specific SKU. Okay. Phoenix Down obtained from the chest. Oh, Graves isn't as resistant, okay. I think I've ever heard of Fentimans before. Yeah, I totally hear you, Spiky. Definitely played some good AAA titles like God of War 2018, but... I guess FromSoft counts as AAA. Yeah, God of War 2018 felt like 1/3 of whatever their ambition was for that game. And that 1/3 was really good, but I definitely wanted to see whatever else they had in mind for it. Single A spirits. Sekiro and Monster Hunter World. No. I gotta look through the games database. I think indie games just benefit from reduced scope, honestly. Like, even if something like God of War 2018 is so good, the scope is so huge. Once you commit to providing that level of graphical fidelity, it just becomes so expensive to churn out even an hour of content. They're pretty resistant to fire damage. Good to know. This is a funny dungeon. It's very, like, almost RPG Maker-y. And granted, it's, you know, based on dungeon design from the 80s. But I kind of like the grid of just boxed off rooms, most of which are empty. Path of Exile started off pretty indie. Yeah. Copper armlet. Now... Oh, it's an armor piece. That's interesting. I should have just named the characters Black Mage, White Mage. Their classes. Oh, that looks... makes me a little nervous. Piscodemons. They're not mind flayers. Don't sue us, Wizards of the Coast. Oh, don't focus fire my Black Mage on turn 1. Oh, Jesus. Also, don't focus fire on my White Mage. Okay, they're not particularly weak against fire, it turns out. Or haste may have been nice if I had cast it sooner. A little late there, Serena. No XP for the Black Mage. You obtain the crown. I think I'm gonna burn the Phoenix down that I got in here. Much as it pains me. Can only be used outdoors. Yeah, a little animation, that's cute. Bloodstained is pretty indie, I would say. You see, it had quite a few more people than like Undertale, but trails exist in the middle. A single A, maybe? Bound by the Mystic Key, okay. Problem exists in more controversial regions of game development and game fandom, but I'm super frustrated about how the gaming community kind of has this like market worship issue. I'm like, oh, that's just what the market wants. They're just rational actors responding to what the market demands. And it's like, it's this circular problem where, you know, oh, we only market Legos to boys because market research shows that only boys play with Legos. And so we only market Legos to boys because only boys play with Legos according to our market research, and so on. It's like, have you considered that this is a phenomenon that's feeding in on itself in any way? I think that applies to, like, what sorts of projects AAA devs invest in as well. It's a foregone conclusion that people are only going to buy cutting-edge titles with insane top-of-the-line graphics from AAA developers, and so we don't see any products that are different than that, outside of your occasional, like, Mega Man 9. Oh, absolutely. it's also very misplaced. It believes that, like, even if that were true, it's not the right reason to do anything. The worship part comes in where it's like, I believe the market wants it, therefore that's what's right. Or that's what businesses ought to do. So, like, I disagree with that, but I also disagree with the idea that the market is even right in the first place, that it would actually produce them more money. Classic WoW kind of counts as a AAA game. Yeah. It's like the XKCD comics. You play games on a time delay like that, does it even count anymore? Hey, how you been, Masmedius? If any of y'all have questions about the voting system, let me know. That link should give some detail. Yeah, I've been okay. Desperately need a warp spell. I'm already lost. Ooh, what Trails votes? How long it would take to play through? How much SP would it require to get every Trails game on the system? What did you recently dump it on, Kami? I don't remember anymore. I was hoping to bring back reruns, which would increase SP inflation a little bit. But Comcast fixing my cable didn't end up fixing my issue, so... Thank you for the test case that confirms it still works, Maz. Every SP since you started watching the stream towards Trails, you might be on like game 4. Yeah. I guess tags might change the calculus a little bit, right? Alright, so we just got the Marsh Crown, we're bringing it back to the king guy in the ruined castle. Takes longer to vote up a Trails game than it takes Falcon to make one. Shouldn't make them so goddamn long then. Alright, I should be giving you your spheres back here, Maz. Reject. Yeah, you're talking about it in Discord and just now. I haven't watched it yet, but I've gotten the play-by-play. Sounds like the Final Fantasy XIV God Project Manager is going to be the producer, so that's really good news. Doesn't sound like Nomura or Kitase are involved, which is very good news for me. Big win. Means the game might actually come out in our lifetimes. I know, right? You fools fell right into my trap. I am Astos, King of the Dark Elves. Clearly I don't remember this game at all. think I saved before I came in here. Combined power of the crown you now hold and the crystal I already possess, I'll become the true Elf King. Well, I might lose because I'm not rested up. Are they just calling it God of War 2021? Oh, hey, I think this is the same Dark Elf sprite, well, looking sprite design from FF4, isn't it? Didn't even top off before the fight. Or Ragnarok. Okay, that's fair. It's a good boss theme. Now keep hitting the warrior. Ooh, Demon Souls is gonna be a launch title for PS5? Oh damn, what's the last launch title I gave a shit about? I guess Breath of the Wild arguably was a Switch launch title, but it wasn't really originally developed for the Switch. It was developed for the Wii U, right? Pulled the same shenanigan they did with Twilight Princess on the Wii. I am out of MP. Well, that's not a fun spell. None of my best damage dealer. And it undid my haste spell. Yeah, that's cool. Go team. Shank him to Papa. Yeah. Crystal unobtained. Now I just have to make it... I guess I can use a cottage outside? I think cottages restore dead people if it follows later Final Fantasy game rules. I also don't know if I want to burn my cottage here. Is this only usable outdoors? So maybe it doesn't matter. Nope. That was a waste. I guess I got all their MP back. Let's see, can I find out what the soft reset keys are? Do it the lame way. Coming out on PC as well. Nice. Oh, did it just turn off the VSync when I did that? Hold on. Sorry. No, it's still on. Weird. No one has mana anymore. Try to make it home. Do you know how long God of War 2018 was in development? It's really surprising, you're right, Reen, that it's coming out in 2021. Five hits looks like shit. Thief is just yelling that out every time he attacks something. I'm guessing given the church's cost to resurrect characters scales, that eventually it's just more economical to buy Phoenix Downs. It seems like God of War 2018 ends like this is exactly where we're going to pick up with the next game. It really felt like they didn't get all of their ideas into the first one. 4 years. Yeah, I assume they are reusing some of the assets from 2018, but if it's on a new console, I'm sure they had to do some shenanigans to justify it being on the PS5. Halo Effects. How you doing? Church is here. Oh, that was weird. The reason it looked like VSync was off is because when I restarted it, I wasn't window focusing anymore. Let me see if I can reproduce that here. No, and it just pauses. Whatever, it's fine now. 200 gil, which is slightly cheaper than a Phoenix Down. Bloodborne PC would be great. I know there's a lot of people that have missed out on Bloodborne because of it being PS4 exclusive. Strobe Light Nightclub Church. Such a good game too, Bloodborne. I really like this town theme. Princess slept on her Astos' curse for 5 years. Because I need something other than the crystal eye to wake him up. Might have to bring the crystal eye back to Matoya, if that's what she was asking for. To hear more Matoya's cave. Shark. God, the color palette on that shark reminds me of the shark boss in Evo Search for Eden. A game that desperately needs a modern sequel, or even a indie developer to make a Shmevo type game. That would make me so happy. Said it's if I could will a game into existence and it didn't actually require work and effort, that's what I would do. Remember, Andrew and I were in Akihabara, and I was just collecting Super Famicom cartridges because all of my favorite games on the SNES are dirt cheap in Japan because they press like many copies of them. So you can get like every Final Fantasy game for like $7 US a piece. Mother 2, $7. Chrono Trigger is $7. But I was looking for Evo, which is, the name of it in Japan is like 6 billion BC or something. It's a really long title. I don't remember. But anyway, I was trying to ask a shopkeeper if he had it, and I just pulled up the numbers from the Japanese title on my phone, and he just laughed at me. I was like, no, don't have that. He said, try eBay. This is Provoca, I think. Uh-oh. Matoya's cave is northwest of here. There might be a closer port, but whatever, it's fine. think that's the only classic Super Nintendo game that I enjoyed as a kid that I don't own on Super Famicom Evo. Never had an original Evo card either for the SNES. I think Chaos Factor does. I'm jealous. One of these days I'll do an Evo franchise focus and I'll just play the game even though it's the only game in its franchise. 4.6 billion year story. Game is the fucking shit, you should totally play it. Get it on an emulator. It's the coolest idea. It's super rough around the edges, which is why I want Square to do a modern sequel or for some indie dev to make a game inspired by it. So, yeah, what would this be like if we had 25 plus years of game design learning behind it, right? An Evo? I don't think so. Some of the secret builds, like if you wanted to make a human, you might need to walk through for it, but it's got kind of a Super Mario 3 style world map. Holy shit, little D-piece. I didn't know that part of the story. You got it on accident? On top of some other game? Oh man. I'm talking about the Super Nintendo game. Yeah, it's an action RPG about evolution where you gain evolution points instead of experience points, and you spend them to mutate, basically. So you start off as a fish. You can spend some evolution points to give you a different tail that maybe makes you swim faster, but also is less defensive. Or you can get, like, heavy armor that makes you take less damage, but makes you swim slower. And then eventually you evolve from being a fish into an amphibian, and so on. Crystal Eye, give it here. I have something for you in exchange. Take this potion. It's the most amazing potion in my entire collection. Jolt tonic. Is it basically just a thing to wake up a sleeping person? I don't need you anymore. Be on your way. It's interesting that Matoya has captured the public perception so much with Final Fantasy when she's such a throwaway side quest character. I guess it's the song, is probably 90% of it, and then the brooms with the little B-button select tip, which I don't think was in the original game. I think the world map is unique to Dawn of Souls. Jolt Cola. Gold, Soul, Silver. What console is that one on? Stopped keeping track of all the Pokemon remakes after a while. Original DS. Wow, that's really expensive. That's particularly surprising for DS games. I found that anything that took up very little space on GameStop shelves basically has not really inflated too much in price since it was released. So Game Boy Advance, DS, 3DS games, if you could just have like a little drawer that was filled with a few thousand games, then go on Amazon and get any of those, and at worst they're at MSRP from when they first released. Wow, 150 used. That's really surprising. I wouldn't have expected that. I played Pokemon Blue when it came out. Parents got me a Game Boy Color specifically for it. Played Silver when it came out. Did not play Ruby and Sapphire at all. I forget which one was after Ruby and Sapphire. Is that Diamond Platinum? Oh, Pearl, that's right. Yeah, I had Pearl version. And I think Black and White was after that. I think I had Whites. I owned X and Y but didn't play it at all because that's when I started to get really frustrated with Pokemon. Like, oh my god, this is the same game over and over. They're just adding more shit to it and not actually improving the core loop at all. And now I think I hate Pokemon? I don't know, I've certainly played a shitload of it. Especially a shitload of Pokemon Go. It's like a love-hate relationship with Pokemon. It's like, I love you, but I'm disappointed in you. Could be doing so much more with your life. They just skipped Z. There was even a Z Pokemon, wasn't there? I thought there was. Serum to break even the deepest sleep. Yeah, that's it, Kaimon. I love you, I just know you can do better. You're the legendary warriors. Shall follow the legend has been told me by my forefathers. Time for me to pass on the mystic key to its rightful owners has come at last. Hooray! That opens a lot of shit. I wasn't writing down all the places that had mystic key doors, but I think it's basically everywhere I visited so far. So let's go do the one in the dungeon we were just at. I guess it's like, I had friends in high school that were super talented musicians. In fact, the original version of the Go Live and Sign Off songs that I have that my nephew chiptunified and Family Tracker were written by their band. And they're really talented, but several of the people that were kind of at the forefront of making the band happen were in a situation where they could kind of rest on their laurels and didn't really have anything pressing them to like get demos out and pursue record contracts and that kind of a thing. And so they just kind of fell apart. And that feeling of missed potential is how I feel about Pokemon. Like, oh my god, there's something great here. Why are you not doing anything with it? You get a shitload of MP in this game. Kind of impressed. I'm gonna go back to town and rest really quick before I go back to the dungeon here. It's pretty far down. Yeah. I know there was that indie attempt to make a Pokemon game recently, right? But given that I haven't heard anything about it in like a year, I assume it flopped or had its own problems. I think it was Temtem, that sounds right. Was it like kind of an MMO or something? I know it's not just Game Freak's fault, because Niantic also completely dropped the ball with Pokemon Go. Like, that game is a much more interesting product today than it was on launch, but holy crap. Were they sitting on a gold mine, and they just got all the gold out of the MTX part of it. And my understanding is it's the same problem with Game Freak. It's like, was it will.i.am was asked, like, why do you write such shitty pop songs? And he's like, when I write shitty pop songs that require no effort, I get millions of dollars. What? What is my incentive to try? And it's like, yeah, that's fair. Pokemon Pinball is a better game than it needed to be. I played some pretty good pinball games. There's several really good ones on the TurboGrafx. I met a friend in high school who had owned a TurboGrafx as a kid, and it was like, there's no way that's real. There wasn't an entire console that was almost completely missing from my view of the console wars growing up. I feel like Game Freak, if they would just give their IP to literally any other developer. Have any of the Pokemon games or like spin-offs been completely developed by somebody else other than Pokemon Go? I guess I say literally any other developer, and then Niantic fucks it up, so maybe not literally any other. Yeah, I was kind of under the impression people just collected Pokemon cards and actually play the game. Basically magic, right? One second, folks. I'm trying to fix something again. You may hear the music cut out. I think that fixed it. Oh, I guess these are scripted rates. Whenever you go to a chest like this and get into a combat. Dia was probably unnecessary in the face of Fira. Yep. Falchion. Crozier? I got a Crozier in RuneScape. Need it for a Blue Scroll step. Alright, is that White Mage only, maybe? Wait, who uses Croziers? Really? Maybe like the advanced versions of their jobs can use it. Falchion's the same stats as a broadsword. Ah, but the thief can use it. Okay. Let's assume there are fights at the other chests here. Yep, mummies. That's a wrap. Power step. Worse than a dagger. Better than a hammer. Okay. Doesn't seem right that it's worse than a dagger. I wonder if there's some added effect on it or something. Isn't the old Nintendo Power 4 White Mage meme build like giving them all hammers or something? 5 mummies. Entirely too many mummies. Please don't put either the White Mage or the Black Mage to sleep here. Which one did Hal make? Did they do Pokemon Snap or something? The N64 ones. I don't think I ever played any of those. Are they good? I thought most of them were just, hey, it's the Pokemon Battle System and you can import your Game Boy Pokemon and see them in full 3D. I did play Snap. Excuse me. I'm excited for Snap 2. It's a neat concept. I mean, it's basically just a rail shooter. I don't know, something about it to me was charming. I think it's like the fact that it's a puzzle rail shooter is kind of cool. Hal's connected to like the Earthbound dev team and Smash and Smash Melee, right? Do they still exist? I assume they don't. Bandai Namco. I've given up on trying to guess if Bandai Namco, being the developer or publisher, says anything about the game's quality. When it was Namco and Midway, they used to be kind of a grimace in terms of, is this game going to be any good? Hard to tell. Yeah, they published all the Dark Souls games, right? Which I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, really? Okay. I guess I also don't have a good intuition for what they've published and what they've developed. So Kirby, Earthbound / Mother, and Smash. Yeah, there are certain devs where, like, hearing that Ubisoft made a game tells me something about what kind of game to expect. I'm kind of prejudiced against Ubisoft, though. I'm sure they've got games that are just fine. Well, I think that's actually my prejudice, that the games they make are fine. I don't think I've ever been completely holy shit blown away by an Ubisoft game. Got some stinkers in generic anime games, right? Regu is the one I can just punch, okay. Probably should have done warrior, red mage, white mage, black mage. Since thief kind of sucks in this one, but that's okay. This is the meme Dungeons and Dragons party, so. I thought I was under the impression that when you upgraded it to ninja that it could dual wield in Dawn of Souls, but I'm not sure. Yeah, my thief might have more attacks per hit than the warrior. I think the main thing I associate with Ubisoft is that they release games on a tight schedule, and they basically never delay them. So you don't really get the sorts of games that are only possible with significant delays or extremely long development cycles, right? Piscodemons. Please don't sue us, Wizards of the Coast. Ninja has black magic. Okay, that's kind of cool. I think they're just super strong in Final Fantasy because everything's about speed and number of attacks. And they get both of those. It's funny how OP they are in Final Fantasy XI. I've talked about that a million times. Accidental tank class. Turns out, if you have a spell that makes you evade all damage, that's pretty good for tanking. Silver armlets. Wow, that's a huge defense upgrade. Dag, yo. And Serena gets a decent hand-me-down. I think if you did an evade tank in 14, it would be an evade tank, but it would work the same as every other tank. Like, 14's all about homogeneous class design at this point. Everything is just stylish flavor flair. Like, you could do it flavorfully, but it would still work the same as everybody else. You got it, sir. Utsusemi! You evade enemy attacks. All damage received is reduced by 30%. I could see them doing something somewhat... If they did something like, oh, you have like an evade bar that while the evade bar is full, you don't take damage, but effectively it's just a shield, right? Like... Oh, really? The original localization called the Mind Flayers Wizards? I wonder if they were called Mind Flayers in the Japanese. I know that was already a point of contention with Wizards of the Coast pretty early. But then, I guess the localization team stopped giving a shit. Because I've definitely played Final Fantasies where they're just called Mind Flayers. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, sir. Completely understand what I was getting at. You evade all damage for 8 seconds. Well, see, I think they've already tapped out Tank Invuln design space, right? They've done... Maybe there's something we haven't thought of. So you literally don't take damage. You take damage, but if you don't have the amount you took healed, or you're not healed to your full health by the time the buff ends, you die instantly. You drop to 1 hit point and you don't take damage. You can't be reduced below 1 hit point, which is different. Barely, but it's different. The reflecting damage wouldn't change the nature of the invuln, it would just be a strictly better invuln, right? There's only so many non-degenerate ways. If all you have to go with is tank avoids damage and healing is involved somehow, right? It was an antidote. What a useful chest. Thanks, Mystic Key. Oh, actually, no. You could make a tank where their invuln is that they, like, gain a shield. Because that's separate from healing. But it wouldn't be the same as an invuln then, I guess. Random statues and another Mystic Key room. Okay. $1,000 gil. Now I'm flush with cash. I was struggling early on. Turns out running through this dungeon a couple times fixes that problem pretty fast. Alright, so I might pick up a couple of the less necessary spells then, since I got all this money. I'll try to keep going back to places where I could conceivably use the Mystic Key. The problem with damage dispersion, though, is it's not truly an invuln, so it wouldn't save you from... You wouldn't be able to design boss mechanics that require an invuln with a damage dispersion ability. And then have it work roughly the same for every tank. You could maybe split the Dark Knight invuln into multiple party members or something, where it's like now the entire party has to get an AoE heal or otherwise the tank dies. This is Dawn of Souls, the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I feel like the only way to make it slightly different would be like if you have an active damage shield, it can't be reduced below 1. It would only be ever so slightly different from other invulns, but it would technically be non-degenerate. And that class would need to be able to generate their own shields, because you wouldn't want to have a class that needs a specific kind of healer to function. Yeah, you have a 1,000,000 damage shield, right? I guess if it was just an enormous damage shield that nothing could break, would that be mechanically different enough from you just take no damage for this amount of time, right? I guess maybe in the sense that any additional shielding applied to you would be wasted, maybe. So maybe that tank is better with a big healer like a white mage, I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Final Fantasy XIV is designed such a rigid, homogeneous MMO combat system. They have very little room to add anything that's not just a flavor change, right? Have a boss with an attack that penetrates shield. So that could be cool, as long as like the tank you didn't need to have that tank for the content to be clearable, because I think that's a pretty important design goal of the 14 team, that all classes are viable for all content. No, that sucks, 6-gun. That's an ultimate fight. Yeah, it can exist outside of it. I think those are broad enough categories, though, that as long as they're not requiring you to use a very specific class, I think that's what they've been trying to avoid. Yeah, I guess if it gave you an arbitrarily huge shield that was not possible to be depleted by any attack in the game, that could be interesting. Shields already kind of feel like their usage in 14 is really like... muted's not the right word. Subdued? Like, they're there, and they're an important part of healing, and, like, you try to min-max them to survive certain attacks, but just like everything else in 14, it's never like, oh, everyone can now take their health and damage before it starts to hit their hit points. I know, right? Getting rid of Ancient magic. I welcome it because I hate Vancian magic with the fire of 1,000 suns, but I guess it's too bad they didn't try to just get it to work instead of just replacing it with MP. It's a draw system in 8 with effects. Not common, though. The draw system is kind of Vancian magic. No, there's two regimes in Final Fantasy XIV, though. There's the endgame Bleeding Edge regime, which is borderline a different game than just face-rolling through dungeons with randos and pugging everything. I would argue that the difference between the core playstyle and what's expected of the player is a much wider gap in Final Fantasy XIV than it is in most other MMOs like World of Warcraft, where, like, doing a mythic dungeon is playing your class very well, but still using all of your tools in about the same way, versus doing a normal dungeon run. I love Secret of Evermore Alchemy. I'd love to see another game try to pull that off. Such a cool concept. Shallow regenning resource pool. Also resources that, because when we say magic system, we're not really talking about magic. What we're talking about is abilities that are limited use in some way. So fast regening resource that regenerates when you deal damage, resource that regenerates when you take damage. You can kind of draw a lot of it if you just look at, like, MMO class design, like, oh, this class is built around fury generation. To that end, I think you can argue that the way Black Mage is designed in Final Fantasy XIV for how homogeneous that game is in general is pretty unique among magic systems. It's kind of its own system. I realized Diaro is on the menu here. And I completely forgot to get Cura. Whoops. And Heal, which is full party heal. Man. Those are just a really good tier. Put a lot of really good spells for White Mage at that tier. Save some money. I guess like Null Frost and Null Shock might be pretty good, but it's the kind of thing where I'm gonna have to die in that fight to know that it's good anyway. Alright, gotta find new places to use the Mystic Key. I think there aren't any in Elfheim proper. I think all the doors I've already checked. There might be some in the castle, so I'm going to check that in a second. And I'm just going to go back and revisit everywhere else. I love that they stretch for fret noise in this remix. I think it's a slippery slope to try to, like, really distinguish magic from not magic game design. I think it degenerates to resource management most of the time. Best story gameplay integration. It's Eternal Darkness. Although that one has arbitrarily regenerating MP, which it probably didn't need. Although it works in that game because it's not completely arbitrary regeneration, it's movement-based regeneration, so it kind of works pretty well with the horror system. Cast spells using generic consumable resources you collect throughout the game. I kind of like the abstraction, the concept in Secret of Evermore that, like, certain ingredients were rare, which meant that certain spells were less likely to be cast frequently. I guess the game didn't really use it in a way that ultimately matters too much, which is unfortunate. You'd have to make a game that's completely built around the alchemy system and have, like, cool progression gates. At different stages in the development of Final Fantasy XIV, long-term resource management hasn't been a thing for any class, right? I know they've had X-Packs where everyone basically has infinite resource, and other ones where it is likely that you'll run out. Atelier does it. Cool, Maz. The time element is rare, so alchemy involving time is something you will cast less, I see. The problem to me with being able to deplete a resource in an encounter is that it basically requires the developers to design the encounter in such a way that it's beatable before you deplete your resource. So I guess it becomes more of a... You can make a really bad mistake early in the fight that you're going to pay for later. Wow, I don't remember this place. Duergar. Lally-ho! Lally-ho indeed. Oh man, localization team is showing off. No, glitch, go away. Shit, let me try to dismiss it. Crystal Eye, even the blind can see. I think the Vancian magic in Dark Souls works fine because the thing that we peg Vancian to is an interesting, desirable event, getting to a checkpoint. Or it's an undesirable event, dying, but at least you get your shit back. Decay is spreading. If only I could have some of the legendary metal adamantite. Wow, I don't think I knew that, or remembered that the whole adamantite thing in Final Fantasy IV was a callback to this game. And the dwarves, I guess? Hey, I think it's the same. For Levistone. Worm Killer obtained. Oh, this is almost certainly a Mystic Key door, then. Hot shit. Mithril Mail? Very cool. giant rock in my path. Add some nitro powder. Okay, bring nitro powder back to here later. Got it. I have weird feelings about MMO combat. I think that I can see how it came to be what it is today with GCDs and ability bars, but it feels like busy work. I kind of like that about old school RuneScape. They actually brought in ability bars and GCDs and rotations and shit into RS3. The old school RuneScape is you literally just click the thing and you do damage, and then you have to do mechanics on top of that while you're auto-attacking. And it's funny because, like, if you play RuneScape 3, which is the exact same game but with ability bars, like, the ability bars degenerate to just clicking the enemy and damage is dealt for the most part. Like, there's a version of the game you can turn on Legacy mode where you don't have ability bars and you just click and do damage like old school. Oh, how's Final Fantasy 11? So are you playing on the actual live servers, Maz, or is it like a private server? Sure, I can see what you mean, sir. I guess the point of a rotation is that it's busy work, but it's busy work that you need to do on top of mechanics to play optimally. So I guess in theory it increases the skill cap. But I can feel the game devolving into 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Which I guess that's true of every game, and it's just a question of how well the game obfuscates that that's what you're doing. But it's that notion I've mentioned before that MMOs are effectively turn-based. It's just the length of a turn is 2.5 seconds, or however long the GCD is. That's not bad for a private server, yeah, no kidding. I've been trying to tassel with whether I want to do a Final Fantasy XI playthrough as part of the franchise focus here. It's doable. I think the game has added some, at least the live servers have added some features that make it more reasonable to try to play through solo. Shoot class mastery for fight mastery. Retail is 100% soloable? That's cool. Good for them. I guess I'm curious if any of the old encounters are completely trivial now. Or if they're just able to be soloed and you still have to kind of work for them. That's cool. That was something I found really attractive about 11, that the level syncing system meant that content was basically relevant forever. Endgame stuff is still done with real bodies, as are most hard fights. Sure. I'll look into it. I really liked 11. It was a game that I was very badly addicted to back in the Chains of Promethea, Treasures of Adargon era. I feel like it would be cool to document a story playthrough of 11 too. Classic WoW, the trash mobs are more interesting than the bosses. Yeah, it's interesting to see how RuneScape is able, like old school RuneScape is able to have complicated endgame raids when there is no damage rotation. It does a few things that I haven't seen other MMOs do, like because you don't select a class in that game, your class is effectively just like the stat bonuses on the gear that you have equipped. There are lots of fights where you have to dynamically switch between a... I'm gonna look and see if there's any Mystic Key doors here. You have to dynamically switch between ranging gear, maging gear, and melee gear, and that's super complicated to click like 7 things all in the same tick while you're moving and avoiding damage and clicking where you're supposed to click to kill stuff. The concept of gear switching is not something I've seen in an MMO before. Most MMOs I've played lock you out of changing your equipment once combat starts. Oh, 407. Mm-hmm. Any game that didn't really mess around with a global cooldown. DAOC, you have to swap weapons per hit for max DPS. Wow. Okay, I don't think there's any in the castle. There's definitely a couple in Chaos Temple. There weren't any in Matoya's cave. There may have been some in the first dungeon as well. That's crazy. Yeah. See, I like RuneScape having you switch attack styles, like switch from your melee gear set to your range gear set, but I don't think I'd want to be changing a weapon every hit. That sounds like a nightmare. Require you to maximally exploit the thing. That's true for a lot of the early game content. The raid content is actually pretty close to what I'm used to in modern MMO raids. In many cases, quite a bit harder. Yeah, one of the concepts in RuneScape is safe spotting, that you can attack an enemy from range, provided it doesn't have any ranged attacks. If you can trap it behind an object and it can't reach you, which is like one of the first things a game like WoW would try to fix, an exploit. But one of the most difficult pieces of content in the game has these pillars that act as safe spots. The enemies that spawn in the content try to destroy the pillars over time. So that's where they're like taking advantage of the, yeah, there's this broken thing, you can hide behind this safe spot and not take any damage. But now these mobs are going to spawn that try to destroy it. So you have to devote some of your attention to keeping the pillars alive for the entire encounter, because once they're gone, they're gone. Stuff like that's kind of neat. I like that idea. I think there's a lot about RuneScape that's accidentally brilliant. Like, the whole gear swapping thing is only interesting because you have such a sharply limited inventory for encounters, and there's virtually no source of healing that's not, like, consumable food. So if you choose to bring a switch, if you choose to, like, bring a pair of boots that are better when you're ranging, that's at the opportunity cost of not bringing another piece of food that would give you more potential health throughout the fight. So, like, as you get better at content, you can afford to bring less healing items and bring more gear switches to do slightly more efficient DPS and clear the content faster. Which I kind of like compared to something like Final Fantasy XIV, where the content is so tightly designed at the bleeding edge that there's basically one right way to do it. Optimal Feral Druid play in Classic involves farming up 1 billion copies of this weapon from like level 30 dungeon with a consumable unused ability that gets a ton of attack speed. Oh my god. That's funny. So I thought my boat could take me back to Cornelia, but I think it only goes... Oh yeah, it's landlocked, isn't it? So I have to go all the way around. Alright, I'm gonna try to do that now. Horizontal progression is fucking awesome. That's something that's cool about RuneScape as well. Yeah, I've talked about that before, that in Final Fantasy XI, content was frequently level capped, level synced. Even new expansions would do that. So like, when a new X-Pack would come out, the first dungeon of the X-Pack might be level synced to like level 30. And there was no such thing as gear sync. So you needed to have gear for level 30. And like, if there was a, I don't know, a ring that was best in slot for ranged DPS at level 30, it was always best in slot, and it was never going to get outclassed, because you might want to have one in your bank for the next expansion when there would be inevitably a level 30 synced dungeon that you would want to bring it in with you too. So I thought that was super cool that you know, if you went and grinded out an Empress hairpin or whatever, like that would be useful for you forever. It was far preferable to me to the treadmill that most MMOs go for these days, where like gear progression is meaningless. It's effectively XP. No, it's hoarding equipment on the certainty that it's useful. That's what it is. Same with RuneScape, where like every item in the game is effectively a side grade. The bludgeon is best in slot for this one boss, so you kill the boss that drops the bludgeon because it lets you be slightly more efficient. This other boss where the bludgeon is good at, but it's not good at every boss in the game. It makes the progression of the game a lot less linear, too. It's not, okay, it's the new patch cycle, let me get the tomestones of X and throw away my tomestones of Y gear, and that will allow me to attempt current content, right? It's, well, I could go do this boss, which will make this boss a little bit easier to fight. I'm a little stuck here, sorry. Where's Cornelia? Okay, I thought it was way more to the northwest. That's why I keep disembarking and getting stuck over by the dwarf building. Let me go due north here. It's a way to ensure that content doesn't die. That's the saddest thing to me about modern MMO design, that at any given point, 90% of the content in your game is pointless. And it was only pointless for a brief window when it was current. Hey Toast, what's up? Playing the GBA version, Tom's. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think Guild Wars 2, I remember being super on board with the Guild Wars 2 design philosophy. Like, they had this whole manifesto, which was effectively, MMOs suck and are broken. Like, how do we fix them? And I agreed with all the points in the manifesto. I think a lot of their solutions ended up not working, unfortunately, or having their own subset of problems. But one of the things they pointed out was that content is always dead, and that sucks. How do we make a game where the whole game isn't pointless, except for whatever the current patch stuff is? Ragnarok Online's approach to that was interesting. Every mob in the game has a tiny chance to drop its card, which is unique to that mob. Oh, that's cool. So there might be old content that was worth going back to do just to try to farm for the card drop. They were right to point out that the Trinity was bad, but I think the mistake they made was not adding a global aggro mechanic. Like, if you had Guild Wars 2 at launch, but every class had the ability to pull aggro for some number of seconds, they would have been able to add a little bit more complexity to the fight design. And I think they eventually did add aggro into the game. They kind of capitulated, but I had stopped playing long before that, so it's just what I've heard. I like that, Maz, yeah. I think that revitalizing old content in MMOs is largely just an issue of reward calibration. It really doesn't have anything to do with the content itself. It's just, do I have any reason to do this? Is question one. Question two is, am I even able to do this content in the way it was originally designed? And if so, is there any reason for me to do it in the way it was originally designed? Often the answer is no to the first question, that yes, you can do the content, but because of changes to balance and changes to gear, you could never obtain it as it was, or attempt it as it was originally intended. And then often, even if you can do it as originally intended, it's pointless, it's dead. Nitro powder, okay. Well, I didn't realize that plot progression was going to be from a random chest in Castle Cornelia. I'm glad we came here to check. Baphomet? Oh, that's cool. It's a pretty significant upgrade. Screwing around. Mithril knife. Welcome to FF1. The time has come to use the key on the doors. It says Sarah's back. Is she like coming on to all four of us at the same time? Final Fantasy 1. Polyamory before it was cool. Alright. Save. There's a couple more things to check out. I think in the Chaos Temple there might be some in Provoca as well, if I can get back over there. There are two things that make me intensely sad in games. There's degenerate content that quickly becomes irrelevant just because other things are better or more efficient or less hassle, right? Games that have cool loops that there is no reason for the player to ever engage with other than for their own sake. And then dead content, which is possibly not degenerate, cool content that's dead because there's no reward for doing it. Why would you bother? I think that dead content is a bigger issue for like games as a service, online games that are getting patched constantly. It's really hard to not invalidate stuff that's already in your game when you add new things, even accidentally. Just like adding a vertical upgrade. There's a sword that's really good, and you add a patch that makes a better sword. Unless if you set it up that the player has to get the, you know, penultimate sword in order to unlock the ultimate sword, then the penultimate sword is pointless now. The card system from Ragnarok sounds pretty cool. I played a Ragnarok-style 2D Korean MMO when I was a kid called Nexus that had a lot of cool systems for that. It didn't have much dead content. Ulduar is such a good raid. Yeah. It was so good. That was like peak WoW for me as Ulduar. The whole concept of the hard modes was brilliant too, and I'm sad they didn't bring it back. I assumed that was just going to be their design approach forever after that point, and I don't think they ever did it again. That'd be cool. Classic ends up progressing into Wrath. Werebuster. Gold Needle removes Petrify. Okay. Give me way too many swords here, game. I get what you're doing, but you're kind of letting down my mages. Okay, so I think the last place that might have magical key doors is Provoca. I'm going to try to work my way back there really quick. And I think we have progress with the Nitro powder. Has Blizzard communicated anything about the path forward for Classic, Spiky? I may have asked this recently and I don't remember the answer. I know there was some discussion about doing an old school RuneScape style Classic Plus of like redeveloping it and taking it in a different direction from live. I don't know what kind of will there is for something like that in the community. They did a survey. It's a bummer, like, it seems like Classic's biggest problem is, like, it would be great if they just made a ton of forks. Right? If there was like a server that was only ever vanilla WoW, no patches, or whatever the default patch was, right? And then one that progresses through the patches of the expansion and then resets like a ladder, and then one that goes up to certain expansions, and then one that steps through the expansions on a certain timeline and then resets like a ladder, and then one that does like a Classic Plus thing. But I think the fear is that when you do that too much, you break up the player communities so much that you're not necessarily going to have all those communities populated. People cited old school RuneScape as a reason they wanted Classic to come back. Classic Plus could be really cool. I mean, I would hope that Blizzard wouldn't, like, restrict themselves to RuneScape's polling system because it has a lot of big problems. RuneScape adds new content to the game, provided it passes a community poll, and to pass a poll means having 75% or more yes votes, which is a really high threshold to pass. And I think the intent behind polling content updates to a conservative game that's meant to be like it used to be a decade ago was to keep the devs from adding things that broke the spirit, the old school spirit. But I think you can accomplish that with a much lower poll threshold, like 51% to pass or something. Then your players are going to clearly tell you when something is really bad and you shouldn't include it, but they're not going to downvote good content ideas because they don't understand how math works, is often the problem in RuneScape. Classic endgame sucks. I wonder what you would do if you tried to design like new vanilla WoW raids in the style of vanilla WoW, but with all of the lessons we have now, because that's basically what the endgame content in old school RuneScape is like. This is what a raid would look like if you could teleport 4 or 5 developers from 2019 back to 2007. I think it might be only in the castle that there's locked doors. Let me check. I don't think there actually is a castle for Provoca, is there? Was there another cave nearby? Hold on. Castle, Elfheim, Cornelia, Western Keep, which I already did. Provoca, Chaos Shrine. Yeah, I think I've been everywhere that has Mystic Key doors. Okay. Well, progress time then. The magic of not knowing what lies ahead. I know, right? You want to get that feeling back. Like a virgin. That's true for a lot of MMOs. My interest in them dwindles as I master them. The whole possibility space superposition thing where when you first start playing the game and you load into the capital city and there's players running everywhere and a million NPCs and you don't know where anything is or what to do, that period feels so good and it feels fun to master it, but you kind of like cross a threshold that you can never uncross at some point where you know too much. I think the MSQ, at least as it progresses, starts to suffer in that case, though, because I guess it's an uncollapsed wave function of narrative, but you kind of get a sense of like how a patch is laid out. You're like, okay, there's going to be 7 to 8 quests, and then a solo duty, and then I'm going to get a dungeon, and then 6 to 9 quests, and then a trial. Like, even just being able to see the matrix and know that that's how it's structured kind of feels icky. What's adamantite? Right, and if you're just new to the game, you're not going to notice any of that structure. You're just going to play through it and have fun. Nitro powder. Why did I spell it with a U? Pooter. Oh, ye kids. There we go. You're also primarily playing it solo, right, Sir? You weren't trying to, like, synchronize your group play with anyone else? Probably felt like the group content was less meat to the MSQ's vegetables. Whoa! Graphics! Thank you, Game Boy Advance. That's pretty cool. I already have this listed as blind. I forgot to remove the blind indicator, didn't I? It's basically blind. I don't remember that at all. I remember the final boss. That's about it. And that you fight the 4 fiends. Yeah, tap it out. Tapping out the content in MMO is always sad for me. It's usually when I quit. I still haven't gotten there in RuneScape. I'm getting pretty close. It'll probably be before the end of the year, but... That's part of what bums me out about dead content in MMOs. It's like, this game could have held my attention for 10 times as long if patches weren't constantly invalidating the old stuff, if I had to go through it and experience it as it was on release for some amount of time. And I get that it's a difficult economic decision for the developer, like, you can't advertise Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers and then tell people that they have to play the game for 300 hours until they can get to the part that's highly rated on Metacritic, but that's basically what they're having to tell people. Lifespring Grotto. Yipes, people! These caverns known as the Lifespring Grotto. Men and mermaids who fell in love could live here in peace. And now it looks like there's a scary kraken monster. Fetid water seeps from the statue. Sure. No, I'm gonna get to it eventually. I just haven't had the time to schedule. When do we have any information on the next Final Fantasy XIV expansion? It'll probably be before that. I just kind of hate playing that game patch to patch. Logging in, going and tombstone grinding to make sure I have the right eye level for whatever content just came out. Going hard on the game for like 3 days and then being like, well, I'm tapped out again, bye. Like, when I go hard on the games, I like to go hard for a while. High level's fine. Ooh, Furaga. Ooh, teleport. Now, does the white magic have exit? I wonder why the level 2 versions of these spells only have single target. Is that an oversight? Well, it's good to hear that I wouldn't have to grind eye level. Ooh, life. Very good. Lara is nice too. Because I'd rather have... Oh man, I want all these spells. Shit. Man, this is a brutal level. Guess this is more corner case. Pains me not to take it though. Well, yeah, but that's what I meant though, sir. I hate playing games like that. I hate to re-up my sub, remember how my bars work, boot up the game for like a day or two, and then unsub and come back to it in another few months. Longsword. Attack 20, accuracy 10. Is it really better than all those fancy, like, worm killer weapons that I have? Guess so. The accuracy's worse, okay. Oh, he can use Worm Killer. I didn't realize that. That changes the calculus a little bit. You know, that just the feeling in MMOs that any work I put into playing it right now is gonna evaporate is a bummer. So I can play a new MMO and get to the end game and stop, but then I pretty much have to wait for an expansion to be able to touch it again. Oh, Watts is my name. Got all the way here from Duergar to find the spring hide of the Earth's decay. ancients possess the ability to make airships. It's an old concept in Final Fantasy. I gotta focus on the story again. I've had lots of walking around dungeons without NPCs or dialogue. The Earth Crystal regains its glow. Life will return to the Earth. Restore the crystals to grace. The vampire attacked, destroying our church and leaving our city to shambles. No, stop that. Apparently that glitch happens on the original GBA hardware, but something about the way frames are rendered makes it get skipped every frame or something from a thread I was reading about it. It was saying that no emulator will ever be able to fix it. Oh, Dr. Oon. You've never heard of me? Inconceivable. Wallace Shawn. Everybody. Silver armlet. Oh man, I'm gonna be just broke. Knight's armor 36,000. Alright. Shit's expensive again. I see how it is. I think I can freely sell stuff in this game though. There's no third act crafting system where I suddenly need to have a dagger. How is Vermintide 2? I enjoyed the first Vermintide. Fantasy Left 4 Dead, right? You need a game that you can play online with friends only when you want and not based on any actual or perceived obligations, right? Yeah, because like Savage raiding with a group is an obligation and it's stressful. You can't just like log on and do something productive. Something like Diablo can work pretty well for that. You can make a decent amount of progress solo, but then there's also a reason to play with friends. The Cavern of Earth is to the south of Melmond, on a peninsula called the Devil's Tail. It used to be the closer you got to the cave, the more fertile the soil. Now it's a barren waste. Blocking the flow of the power of Earth. Sure, I have an idea of what I should be doing. So, doesn't Dr. Une show up in, or at least the name Une show up in Final Fantasy IX? Maybe a couple other games, like Une and Doga or something? I think it's also in Final Fantasy XIV, right? I see, sure. That was always the big stress for me. I have on multiple occasions joined like a raiding guild in an MMO, and then through voids in leadership become a leader in those raiding guilds, and then burned out really fast because I didn't want to have to like sign on every Tuesday or feel like I had to play the game. Yeah, you can't just do it at will. The RuneScape approach is interesting. It's actually kind of close to Diablo, where 99% of the game is meant to be played solo, and even the group content is able to be played solo. It's just playing the group content with others is often more efficient or faster or easier to farm. So like if you happen to get folks together to do the Chambers of Xeric raid or Theater of Blood, go for it, but there's always something you could be doing that's productive and fun on your own time. And everyone else you're playing with probably has stuff that they want to do solo too, so. With Diablo, you know, you can run Greater Rifts over and over and get some drops that progress your character, or you can play with your friends and do the same thing. Hey Kara, how you doing? Sure. Personal guild. Yeah, that's what it was like with Link Shells in Final Fantasy XI. Dynamis was one of the raid contents you could do in that game. That was like 40 people. Ugh. You would get like 2 drops and like the stress of being 1 out of 40 people and getting a drop, and now feeling like shit. I now owe a debt to these other 39 people because I got the drop on the first raid. If I just quit the game, I'm gonna let them down. Yeah, this is the GBA version. They got rid of Ancient Magic and replaced it with MP. Yeah, that's what I was getting at earlier, Spiky, that it's weird to me that Final Fantasy XIV has like a completely different hardcore endgame loop. So you're basically playing a different game at that point, and it's one that seems like it's contrary to the design philosophy of a lot of the rest of the game up to that point. Super hardcore players just make ults anyway. I don't know why they do that. $14 gear is just XP past the level cap, essentially. You're highly restricted which classes are allowed to get that XP. You shall not pass. This guy's got a cool little sprite. Just need a key item for that later. I really like that dungeon theme. Pretty excited about 16. I didn't think I was going to be saying that. Final Fantasy's been basically dead to me for over a decade. Outside of the MMO stuff. Oh, for sure, Kara. Oh yeah, there's a trailer today, Ludifex. It's being directed by Yoshi P. Or not directed by Yoshi P, I'm sorry. Produced by Yoshi P. I'm just glad it's not Katase and Nomura. Their brand of silly JRPG, Zack Snyder, Michael Bay, spectacle, sensationalist stuff is neat in its own sense, but it's never felt like Final Fantasy to me. Yeah, when I say that he's like the god project manager, if Satoru Iwata was the god programmer, Yoshi P is the god project manager. He just fucking gets shit done, he releases stuff on a schedule. He somehow saved Final Fantasy XIV from absolute ruin. Like it was one of the worst MMOs ever released in launch. I think that the gameplay in the 7 remake is very close to being good. For me, anyway. I mean, there's people who already like it as is. Yeah, I said at the beginning of this stream that turn-based RPG combat is, like, the design space is almost completely tapped out. Unless if you do something completely different, like Bravely Default. Like, we've seen these fights before. You can put different skins on them, but it's really, really hard to overcome the utility of the basic attack command in an RPG, and few games even accomplish that. So at least you get a little bit more interesting stuff to do in an action RPG. Yeah, and I agree with that, Kira. I think that's what was upsetting me about the Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's like, oh my god, I have to hit these enemies so many fucking times. It looks cool for, you know, Cloud to swing his weapon 7 times every 2 seconds, but it just feels awful to me. I feel like I'm button mashing and not playing a game tactically. This dungeon sucks, I must say. At least I can save at will. I didn't pick up the teleport spell and there wasn't an exit spell, so I should probably leave and go get that so I can get out of here easily. It's like there's a scripted battle on every tile on the floor here. Slay the Spire is a good example, yeah. I think Slay the Spire gets away with it by not... You have to work to have a consistent deck of possible actions. Like, that's not just a foregone conclusion. And there's not one thing that's always going to be useful, right? Like doing a basic physical attack in a typical turn-based RPG is. So I guess just having a deck system, like a deck building mechanic like Slay the Spire, might be enough to rescue the turn-based JRPG. I don't remember this area at all. I gotta get out and go pick up teleports so I can warp out of here when shit goes south. I did 1 hour of Into the Breach for Subblock. It's the one that's completely deterministic, perfect information. Seven Remake didn't feel sight readable, which was probably my biggest problem with it. You'd go into certain encounters and you would need to have a certain spell, but you can't change materia in combat, or this enemy does this ridiculous attack animation that's going to interrupt you if it touches you, so you better not cast any spells or do anything that's risky with your ATB. Like, the ATB opportunity cost problem was a severe one. It seems like Mega Man Battle Network is probably moving in that direction, Spiky. Because then you might have a really good attack, but you have to draw into it, right? Or even just a really reliable attack. And if you don't... If you're trying to just draw into a reliable attack, like, that's a strategy to build your deck that way, and it's not guaranteed. I felt bad being a downer on 7 Remake, like... I really wanted to like the game. I liked a lot of the choices it was making early on, story-wise. It felt like if we could see episode 2, that potentially that could fix almost all of my problems with it. I didn't think it was unfixably bad. Just boomers. Now, I heard a really great quote on NPR that I'm gonna say all the time now to feel better about being a whiner. But it was, people get on people who are critical for being pessimistic, and it's actually the opposite, that if you're critical of something, that means you're optimistic because you think it could be better. And just giving in and saying, well, this is how it is, right? It's kind of cynical. I feel like I'm getting into more combats on my way out of the dungeon than I did getting to where I got before. This is kind of nuts. Better things aren't possible. Okay. I was right that only part of the dungeon is constant encounters. I really like making the summons important to the plot of Final Fantasy. I feel like it's the most interesting thing to hinge things on. It's a really neat creative scaffolding, too. Given that it's not direct, given that Yoshi P is producing it, Loot Effects, I'm Mr. Skeptical about Final Fantasy sequels. I said it's been dead to me for over a decade, but I'm actually excited about this one. I don't have to append cautiously to it. Where am I? I think politics works best in Ivalice. Shift where you couldn't stomach enemy anymore. Well, Sakaguchi left after 10, or wasn't 100% involved with 10 or something. And there's very little out there. Very few works where the creator leaves and the content doesn't suffer. Wait, what? You cannot learn this spell. Red wizard, black wizard only. No, not the convenience thing. Don't do that to me, game. I don't even remember. Don't spoil it for me, but I don't even remember how you change their jobs. I think it just happens as part of the story at some point. Well, at least I topped off. Let me get some ethers, because this dungeon's gonna burn through my MP, and ethers are cheap in this game. Oh, learning Japanese. That's interesting. Yeah, no complaint from me there. I mean, it's a mixture. Part of it is, you know, sometimes I find that kind of thing morally objectionable, but I think the bigger problem is that I find it boring. Like, okay, I've seen this before. Not only have I seen this before, I've seen this 100 times. I get it. Can we do something different, please? Boringly objectionable. That's the thing, if you're going to be morally objectionable, at least be interesting. It's not a good example, because Nier Automata is mostly fine, but there's a couple things in Nier Automata that make my eye twitch a little bit, but that's at least an interesting game. It's doing something different. Isekai trend, which is both morally objectionable and boringly repetitive. Yeah. Well, I think that on top there's a third layer too, where it's morally objectionable, it's boring, but the game wants to pretend like it's not what it is. Like it's doing this annoying wink thing. It's tough. It's like the Supreme Court definition of pornography, where I can describe this phenomenon, but I can't tell you how people are doing it, because you know it when you see it. It's not like, you know, Bayonetta where, okay, she just shot the dick off a cherub statue. This game knows what it's about, and it's not pretending like it doesn't. That's fine. Male Japanese teen gets transported to a different world, becomes a badass, and builds a harem of sexy anime waifus. Yeah. Exactly. Does that start with, like, .hack? And now it's super common? Yeah, I think that's what Surf was saying. It's the isekai trend. Sword Art Online, okay. Yeah, I know, right, Kara? And it's so frustrating. It's in this category of like, I can't prove in a court of law that this is what you've done, but I know it's what you've done. And there's like the smarmy, smug defenders that are like, well, that's not what it is because you can't prove it. Oh, I know that's what it is, though. Heading back to the elf town to buy ethers. I think it's in the shop there. It's because of how anime gets made. Oh, that's interesting. The free market? The free market's not good for creativity. What? Nani the fuck? Sure, Walter, yeah. People write web novels, like web comics. The ones that float to the top of that ocean of stuff tend to be steeped in anime tropes, specifically writing the trends. Oh, that's interesting. That's not how I was expecting it to play out at all. Isn't that how One Punch Man got picked up? Where like One Punch Man is this brilliant deconstruction of the genre, but it started as a shittily drawn webcomic, and like some dude who knew how to draw said, "Hey, I can draw this for you." Some of those that float to the top tend to be real damn good. And the rest pander. Okay, sure. God of High School is one from Korea. That's a really interesting model. So most of the time stuff, you know, gets picked up outside of the web novel zone because it's easy for it to get picked up. It's low effort, tropey content that everyone can get into effortlessly. That's such an interesting media progression model. I could could have sworn somebody sold ethers in this game, so I remember remarking, wow, they're cheap in this. But apparently it's not this town. I just checked Provoca, which didn't have it either. Alright, we'll go progress with what we got and just get as far in there as I can until I run out of MP. Easy to consume in the same way as Mario auto-scrollers. That's a really good comparison, Generic. Yeah. It's the cat picture, low-effort content. All of the top-voted levels in Mario Maker are auto-scrollers because they're trivial to consume. Oh, sure, Mega Man. Where can I buy ethers? PC confirmation on Demon Souls is exciting. I do hope that means that we're going to get Bloodborne on PC now. Oh no, stay safe, Kara. It is Provoca? Okay, I'll go check. Thanks. See, I was under the impression that the anime industry was like almost struggled with doing things too shot for shot. At least some of the ones I've watched are almost exact adaptations of the manga, cutting out nothing. Sometimes like so desperate for content that they add filler. Provoca is there. Okay. There we go. That's a good theme. I like that they use one of the precious GBA instruments for the fret noise. Wish they didn't change the music when you go in the shops. Alright, here we go. Thank you. Cheapest ethers ever. Wow, that's like almost infinite dungeon sustain. Tempted to just max out the stock on them. Yeah, I guess the closest thing I can think of, Serp, is like a lot of Western creators might start by developing their setting in a in like a D&D campaign tabletop setting, and then try to up jump that into something. But I guess it's less of a direct path. Like there's not an easy way for Senpai to notice you when you're just running your own tabletop campaign. You got to be getting into the industry through some other method, and then saying, okay, here's this world that I developed over 10 years in my tabletop party. Got a lot of self-insert wish fulfillment, harem fantasy bullshit. The anime equivalent of the Mario Maker auto-scroller. I'm gonna rip that off, Generic. It's really good. The real price of ethers is navigating past the town's NPCs. You try to crowdsource content for the masses, you end up with a lot of people just drawing dicks. Yeah. Final Fantasy 1 and 2 and 3 are kind of all in that category of like Metroid 1, NES game that desperately needed a remake because it had a lot of cool ideas, but just had not aged well. Fortunately, this game got like a fucking dozen remakes or something. Many of them not just ports of this one. Try to conserve MP for the cave. Well, I do have ethers now, so I shouldn't have to care. That was the whole point of that. Never mind. I don't know if there's an industry term for this, but like port ickiness is a thing to me. I don't know how else to put it. Like a developer not being careful with how often they port a game dilutes its quality in a way. It shouldn't. I don't know, I haven't really put my finger on it. Like as a non-Final Fantasy example, Chaos Factor was talking about putting a Tiger Woods game on Subblock. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I've never played a golf game. It would be neat to do some more sports-style simulationist titles. And I was looking at it on Wikipedia, and it's like, this game was on the PS2, Game Boy Advance, N-Gage, and you're like, uh-oh. I'm concerned now. Like, the Port Revolt era. It's like, guys, I get you want to make money on this product, and I get that you want it to be available to as many people as possible. But I feel like the available to as many people as possible step is get it on PC. Okay, you've done your due diligence. Now you can put it on multiple consoles in the same genre, and that's fine. Once you start trying to get like a mobile version out there, I'm like, oh, uh-oh. So some of them getting ambushed, right? I'm not sure yet. I think it's only if it says ambushed that it's a scripted fight. Yeah, exactly, Walter. Earth Elemental 1. Okay, that wasn't so bad. 1975 Gil. I wish that the individual shops and the menu didn't have separate songs. At least it doesn't force the BGM to restart. You're not hearing like the first few seconds over and over. Yeah, exactly, generic. You're like, uh-oh. Yeah, if you're saying you're putting something out on the PS2 and GBA, what you're really saying is you're putting something out on the PS2, and then there's another game that you're making for the GBA that happens to be releasing on the same day. At that point, it's not a port anymore. It's tough. Like I said, I struggle to put words to this phenomenon, but like feelings of officialness in games are important to me. I guess you might call that polish. And I think that being overambitious with ports can dilute that feeling of officialness or that feeling of polish. PS2 version is running a GTA emulator. So, okay, this cave is like there are certain paths you can take where you get ambushed constantly. I think that's what's going on. I can't believe this didn't stick with me. Usually in these Amnesia playthroughs where I haven't played the game in 16 years or whatever, at least the really bad shit sticks with me. And I'm like, why do I remember this cave? I must have beaten this game in like a weekend or something. Yeah, I like Mario 64 DS. I don't think that one bothers me too much. Or even just like remastering something to make it still available to play on more modern systems doesn't really bother me. It's not the same kind of port fatigue thing. I have port fatigue for Final Fantasy IV because it's like, oh my god, guys. You get one shot to remake your game and improve it. Do it once. Don't do it like 5 times. Pick a lane. Demastering is a thing you miss, yeah. I guess it's over now that the Switch exists. Like, I don't think we're gonna get another... For a really long time, the handheld generation was effectively one regular console generation behind, right? So, like, the Game Boy was basically the NES, the Game Boy Advance was basically the Super Nintendo, the DS was basically the Nintendo 64. But now, like, because console generations mean nothing now, or they're no longer such an enormous leap in the tech, you're not going to see much of a difference in general. Yeah, Mario 64 DS is a pretty good example. It's technically lower fidelity in some ways than Mario 64, bringing it to a smaller form factor and changing it up a bit. Call of Duty got full-on ports of games on DS that tried to be the actual game on infinitely weaker hardware. Charming, damn it. Turns out Final Fantasy I is a come and share your free thoughts on the Continental Congress game. I think 2 has a bit more story, but it's probably also pretty long stretches of dungeon grinding and mobs. So. 3 I've only ever played on the DS, and I think the DS added some cutscenes, but I also think there were pretty long stretches in between them, like a Dragon Quest game. Dragon Quest probably isn't even as good of an example, probably more like Persona or Shin Megami Tensei. Jesus, oh my god. Benedict! Why are you like this, Ben? Hold on, guys. can't unplug this keyboard, right? Wow, how did you even do that, Ben? Hold on. Shows up, I want to be fed, apparently. Let's even turn the computer off. Oh, Papa. So I turned off the power switch. I need to just go on the motherboard and unplug it at this point, honestly. But there's a way to deactivate it in Windows 10, and apparently there was a Windows 10 update that, like, disabled that? Or reverted the change, because then you shut it off again a couple weeks ago. Some people's cats. Let's see if I can cat cam them here. And Ben. Are you a bad kitty? You a hungry kitty? Poor kitties, Kara. This is the most Windows 10 thing. God, this dungeon is... I want to explore it to find all of the secret chests and stuff, but... it's kind of scary to explore. For sure. No, I don't mind doing free discussion streams. I don't play a lot of games that... This would be a perfect game for Andrea to join on. I'll have to let her know. Maybe I'll try to schedule this in the future for Thursdays so she can pop in. Hold on one second. I think Ben managed to actually turn off a couple other settings here. I think I fixed it. Hey Marty, you're a slightly better kitty, but it's only because you have no balance and you struggle to climb on things. Marty did recently get the courage to... So if you don't know, he's got cerebral hypoplasia. The balance center of his brain isn't fully formed, so he kind of walks like he's drunk. But he's gotten progressively more confident in like jumping on things over the years. And recently, as in like the last couple of weeks, he's become confident enough to jump on the counter while we're feeding him, which is it's like terrifying because if there's anything else on the counter, like a glass or something, he's guaranteed to knock it over and shatter it. So one of these days, if he gets confident enough to not just sit and meow at me, but actually jump on top of the stream PC, it's game over. We're not stopping that. Bye, Marty. Hey, Ben. Yeah, Marty too. Marty. Meow indeed. Sorry they can't hear your beautiful voice anymore. I feel like I need to start saving every couple battles just in case Ben finds some way to turn it off. Text off cat meow stream. Once they start going hard at it again, I'll turn it off here. This is why ethers aren't dirt cheap in the later games, apparently. It's basically infinite sustain. Holy shit, ow. Oh, I dropped a remedy. Fucked up Earth Cave dungeon. I'm really glad I rolled a Black Mage. Like, as much as it sounds like having 4 knights would be fine, the whole 8 tarantula battles would suck. Oh, the XP and Gil for that isn't even that good. You might hear a lot of background noise here, I apologize. Hey kitties! Meow! Meow! Marty's looking at me like, how dare you? Meow!
Hi, Ben.
Hi.
What's up, Marty? That's Ben.
Hi.
Oh, Cammy, that's Ben.
Hi. Yeah.
Close enough.
Tech's impressive. I wish I could adjust it manually like you could adjust the tech I was using before. Or train it to allow certain sounds through. The problem with most pre-RTX noise removal software is that you had to train it against very specific sounds. So you could get rid of the heating or air conditioning in your house, but it was really hard to specifically train on every possible button-clicking sound on an Xbox controller, for example. Uh-oh. Petrify is a thing now. That's bad. That's potentially super duper bad. Now we have the 1 gold needle. And Asuna is not a thing yet. Ooh. 1 remedy. Accept stone. Cruel. Okay, so I gotta be really careful when I get into one of those fights. There's a potential game over condition in here. I know, right? Yeah, so the way most noise removal software usually works when you have control over it is you can see whatever the current waveform is in your house, source of all of your ambient noise, and you can save that as a profile and say, hey, attenuate whatever noise you get and remove these frequencies every time. But RTX doesn't give you that much, it's just like a do you want to remove noise, yes or no checkbox. All the earth elementals. Vampire. All things in this world are destined to end in death. The seal cannot be broken, and so the earth shall rot. I don't even think it's gotten an update since it first came out, Leon. I was checking since it was beta software. I thought they were going to add new stuff like every week. But I don't think there's been an update since I started using it. Mortals cannot kill the undying, but can I cast life on you and insta-kill you? Because that would be cool. I don't know if that was a thing in Final Fantasy 1. Oh, I can't target enemies with it. That's too bad. Or with Kiraga. I guess that's why you have Dia. Ow. Try that next. Holy shit. This dungeon just forces you to overgrind. They were added in? Is that a change? Did the original game have Dia? The first game I saw Dia in was in Final Fantasy XI. This is the game with the adjusted map, too. Could use regular healing on undead. Being rebranded as NVIDIA Broadcast. Oh. Thanks, Leon. It's still called NVIDIA RTX Voice over here. My version is 0.5.12.6. What's the version on the link you posted? Stone slab is set on the floor. An evil force seems to emanate from within. I mean, I can do anything with that right now. I think maybe it's supposed to actually be Dia, like diamond. I don't know what it is in the original Japanese. Would have to be Dia, right? Unless if there's an extra syllable in there. Vowel in there. God, I wish I had teleport. No! Kill these guys fast! No! Oh! God, every time they hit me. I just see if the local town sells gold needles. As soon as I can pick up, I don't know if as soon as in this game, but to get it as soon as it's available. Excuse me, Mr. Bat. Thank you. It is, yeah, unfortunately. I'm surprised that they did that, though. Even if there's such a small number of use cases for it. I feel like a lot of the issues with Final Fantasy I not having aged well were due to not having enough options, not because there were too many choices. That's a lot of ogres. It's Dia in Japan, okay. What was the game where using tents on enemies was like casting bad breath on them? Was that Final Fantasy 9? Did we ever find out why that was a thing? Apparently missed a chest. God, I wish I could have gotten a teleport spell, but it's not until I get Black Wizards. Oh, there's a gold needle. Oh, that's good. Let me check my NVIDIA. I got an RTX card specifically for this voice thing. Despite not hearing the kitties, it's been pretty great. Gives me a lot of just normal noise, like Andrea using the ice maker in the kitchen or tapping on the desk and doing aggressively. Adia and Dadia? Oh. No, don't do the weird Shin Megami Tensei thing where there's different prefix and suffix rules depending on what kind of spell it is. I like that about Final Fantasy, that it's always the same rules. Okay, it says the available driver for me is version 452, released August 17th, 2020. It's my last driver update. So hopefully that means that I can use it. I'll research it after stream. More tools would be nice. It's a really nice spell animation. A nice sound effects. Put some effort into that. Alright, Meat Shield, do your job so that God can finish the encounter off here. Any info you were looking for in particular about tags, Mouse? I'm trying to help. Let me double check the FAQ. They should be in the advanced FAQ. Should have a link at the very top. Let me double check if I put them in there yet. I need to do an annual rewrite. Things we've added. Yeah, they are. For the full advanced guide, click here and then Control F tag. There should be a little section. But let me know if you have any questions. Short version is you can unlock them with spheres to permanently discount a game once, and then people who have been subbed for 3 or more months can also, they have tag slots that they can assign to games to discount them. And those slots regenerate after the game is won that they tag, they get the slot back and assign it to a different game. We were running into an issue where without having like a tag system to discount games, everybody was basically picking one game to champion and not voting for anything else because it was mathematically correct to do that. So it's a way for people to throw their support behind multiple games. Hey kitties! I'm super pumped to get out of this dungeon. I guess there's only that one area where you're just constantly getting back attacked, right? Every tile is a fight. I wonder if there's like a secret chest back there. I don't think I want to go find out. Okay, thanks, Leon. I'll take a look after stream. This is why the Moogle Charm exists. This is why you can get Encounter None in Final Fantasy VIII in the first, like, 10 hours of the game, and then cut the How Long to Beat by, like, 75%. I think it was a combination of that and, not needing to level at all because of the level scaling system, and basically never using summons. Grinding spot. Oh, it's meant to be a secret. Interesting. So it's just an area in this cave where every tile has a scripted combat that's easy to grind on. Is there anything past it, like a chest or something? Giants all the way down. Wow. Probably afford the knight's armor after I get out of here. Oh yeah. The only good meme, sir. I like that one because it's just so fucking stupid. What? Always has been. All the way down. Papa with a gun. No, I'm just kidding. But it's funny. It's one of those where, like, the original image, that should have just been it. The what? Wait, it's all Ohio? Like, that shouldn't have had potential to get shared again in other formats. So it was just kind of funny and stupid on its own. These are all randomly generated, and I just picked pick for me on the character creation screen. I thought that they must have been the canon names, but when I was doing video testing earlier, I made a new save file, and it gave them different names when I selected pick for me, so I guess it's from a set. I'm so sorry, Generic. Fucked it up. It's just like, it's an astronaut that's looking at the Earth, and they've replaced the Earth with a giant Ohio state. And it just says, wait, it's all Ohio? Always has been. What? Why? Like... Spent almost all of my formative years living in Ohio. Oh, this is a funny Ohio meme. Oh, and then, yeah, then there's an astronaut with a gun behind him saying always has been, when he says, wait, it's all Ohio. Where do you want me to put the star ruby? Yeah, vampires live, but the earth is still decaying. Okay, there is some changed text here. You aren't the warriors of light, are you? Restore the crystals to grace. Ellipsis. Giant living in the cave eats rocks. He'll eat just about any kind of rock. Oh, okay. Thanks, buddy. Inconceivable. It's based on an earlier flat earth drawing? Okay. That makes it make a little bit more sense. The joke they were going for. By the way, speaking of Flat Earth, if you haven't seen Dan Olson / Folding Ideas' new In Search of a Flat Earth video, I highly recommend it. It is probably one of the better YouTube videos I've ever seen. It's very, very good. This is the guy that did the Suicide Squad Art of Editing video. I think that's his most popular one, but he's got a lot of other really good shit on his channel. He's the reason I don't do video essays, because other people are better at them than me. Why should I bother? Him and Game Maker's Toolkit, we'll get to it eventually. Where's that cave? Giant's Cave, all the way west. His background is in film loot effects. He also does video game stuff. He's got quite a few videos on, like, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Shadow of the Colossus, ludonarrative dissonance, that kind of a thing. He does stuff on Meta YouTube. So he did one about cooking videos on YouTube. He makes a really good point that was, he put this video out after I had done the baking stream, but he's like, everybody wants to start a cooking stream, but you don't realize how, like, gross your kitchen is until you set up a bunch of lights and put a camera in there. Like, you don't really notice that there's grease and pet hair everywhere, and that you just deal with it, but if you're trying to, like, make a show for people to consume, it's kind of disgusting. And that anyone that has a successful cooking channel usually is backed by a big company, and they've got, you know, a huge industrial kitchen to work with tons of space for camera equipment. That's a good video. I love that movie. Six Gun. The Flat Earth one, though, is a combo, like, documentary video about Flat Earth and QAnon, and it's really well done. Broadcast app should launch tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Leon. Appreciate that. Check it out then. Hopefully it just works with my existing card. I don't want to upgrade the card again. I don't have to. Save. Do you want to eat this rock, dude? The layout of this game is kind of cute, for lack of a better word. There's a prince and he's sleeping, so you have to wake him up. So you have to go kill the bad guy that put the sleeping spell on the priest. But he doesn't drop the sleep potion. He drops a crystal eye that you have to bring to the witch, who then gives you the sleep potion that you use to wake up the prince. Or the same here, like, oh, the earth has been decayed because there's a vampire that fucked with us. So the vampire doesn't drop the thing that solves that problem. He drops a ruby that you feed to a golem that lets you go through the cave. You have Star Ruby? When I was a kid, I used to get graph paper and like make little silly mazes and be like, okay, here's a locked door and here's a key and here's a wooden door that you need an axe to chop down, so here's the axe. Like, 80s game design and map design and level design is just fun sometimes. He's a thick giant. So much unnecessary fan service. Great axe, 620 gil, 450 gil, mithril helm. Alright. It looks like the downside of an axe is in fact the accuracy, but it's not that severe. This game's pretty bad about mostly giving you warrior equipment, though. And giving you, like, too much of it and too fast. Like, you haven't even used this upgrade for half an hour before you get another sword. And then giving you nothing for your poor mages. Great axe. Oh, I noticed from your thumbnail you sent in Discord, Leon, that I wonder if their green screen tech is good. If they can do better than just basic chroma key. Because my chroma key setup's not perfect. I've got as good a lighting as I can in the room that I'm in. But like you can see there's shadow garbage in that corner there. So if they have smart chroma key, I mean, it sounds like they're doing it where you don't even need to have a green screen behind you to remove your background. Might fuck around with that. That's cool though. Playing old games in the Apple II. You're an orange square, which is also a raccoon. And this white square is a key that can open this blue box, which is a door. Also, for some reason, you're an electric raccoon. I'm probably going to do a rebuild and, well, we'll see. Andrew and I have basically stopped spending money since coronavirus started in the hopes of redistributing it to people who need it and trying to help folks if they do. So I don't want to build a new computer until and if we're ever out of the woods on this thing. But maybe sometime next year I'll do a rebuild. You rebuild your tower because it's haunted. Yeah, I'm hoping to do a rebuild before I have to do a rebuild. I've been in that situation before and it's stressful. Sage's Cave. Oh, that's cool, Loot Effects. Uses machine learning to remove the background. Rocky's boots. Could have put it on subblock now. You're the ones who defeated the vampire. He was only a servant. The beast corrupting the earth crystal lurks far deeper within the cavern. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. I like Final Fantasy, I like Final Fantasy 1, but fuck you. God. You see that little panel in the basement. There's an infamous quest in RuneScape called Underground Pass that's, oh, it's a fucking nightmare. Like, the place is full of traps that do damage to you, and there's all of these, like, agility obstacles that you have to pass, so you have to have points in agility. You have a chance to fail. If you fail, you fall and take damage. So there's like these long sections where you have to like pass 4 or 5 agility obstacles in a row, and if you fall on the last one, you lose all this health and you have to start over. And because RuneScape doesn't have healing outside of consumable items, when you go into the Underground Pass, like, you're limited in the amount of healing you're even able to have to get through it. And on top of it, they also require you to bring a bunch of bullshit in there to get through the place. Like, you have to bring a rope to cross a gap, and you have to bring a bow, and you have to bring like a tinderbox and shit, so you can't even just completely fill your inventory with food. Anyway, it's a huge pain in the ass. It's possible you won't even get through it your first time. When you do get through it, it takes you like an hour before you finally make it out, you know, shivering and alive on the other side. And then the game makes you go through it again on another quest. And it knows what it's doing to you too. Like, it like, we know we're being assholes by making you do this. You're like, no, please. Oh, that's the worst, Leon. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had the machine that I did the license upgrade for Windows 7 to 10, and just everything was broken. That was the main reason for my last rebuild. It was so frustrating. Everybody was saying, I don't see why you keep saying you're having problems with Windows 10. It's been flawless and fine for me, but for whatever reason, that 7 to 10 license upgrade just made the computer shit the bed. It's like unsalvageable. Apparently, and I didn't know this, I helped Kat build his new computer. I didn't know that you could install Windows 10 without using a license key and it just works. Like, all it does is there's a watermark and it stops you from changing your desktop background. Which obviously, you know, still buy a license eventually, but props to Windows. I didn't think that they had a please pay for it license like that. Let's see if I can remember how the fuck to get through this place. Yeah, as soon as I started from scratch with 10, it's been fine. Ben, please don't knock my monitor over. But I guess if you didn't know that, keep that. You can just install Windows 10 without a license thing in mind. If you just wanted to do like a test build or something, or you got an old machine lying around and you want to see if you can get it up and running and you don't want to use an old XP key or something. Yeah, that would be nice. I didn't realize how many things I don't try because I don't want to spend $100 on a Windows license, or I don't want to go to the trouble of cheating Windows 7 onto an old machine, right? Where it's like, after I try it, then I'll go ahead and buy it. There's been a lot of super expensive enterprise software that's been doing that for a while. I think Reaper was one of the first digital audio workstations I ran into that offered a personal versus professional use license. Reaper is like Cubase, which Cubase is $700 or something really stupid. So basically everyone just pirated Cubase because they charged $700 for it because they were expecting like businesses and professional producers to pay that much. Then Reaper started saying, hey, if you think you're going to make less than like $20,000 a year from anything you make with this, just give us $20 and you can use it as much as you want. But if you ever end up making it, please pay us the full amount. But that's completely reasonable. Thank you, Reaper. You now got $20 from me that you wouldn't have gotten from me otherwise, because I would have just pirated it. So it's the whole Steam model. It's actually easier for me to just buy it on Steam than it is to bother with pirating it. Right. And like, it makes sense that something like Cubase or expensive video editing software is as expensive as it is. The new fucked up shit they're doing, I think Yukapo's talked about this before, is enterprise software that requires an ongoing subscription to use that, of course, because we live in a capitalist nightmare world, employees have to pay to maintain their subscription. No, that's worse. Stop it. Bad. But I kind of like the personal versus professional license. It's kind of like a pay-what-you-can-afford model. I think it probably results in them getting more money overall. I don't want to fuck around with pirating Reaper if I can pay $20 or $60 or even $100. We'd be fine. Yeah, I use paint.net for most of the shit that I do. I'll pop over to GIMP if I really need something that's heavy, but paint.net is like more feature-rich than MS Paint, and that's about it. So I can do things with layers and transparency. Video cards have identical hardware, but the firmware cripples the card performance. Yikes. Yeah, that's fair. I do a lot of really tiny video editing, or not video editing, image editing all the time, where it's like, I need more features than Paint, but Photoshop or GIMP are too much. Bin them by quality, disable non or semi-functional bits. Man, I thought I was retracing my steps. This is the danger of a high encounter rate dungeon. Is it like southeast? It must have been. Well, I got some new items, I guess. Sorting it by how well the chip etching goes. Interesting. I don't know very much about how CPUs and GPUs are made. Do they not get constantly perfect batches then? There's like some portion of them is going to be unviable every time. Alright, we're at time. Let me get out of this battle and save here. We don't get 100% yield. Doing things on the molecular or near molecular scale is inherently tricky, sure. Alright, future Marstead, you are... This game is really mean, and it's trying to eke more hours out of the playtime by making you go back into the dungeon. This way is going back where you came from, so do not go that way. You gotta go all the way to the bottom, past where you fought the vampire, use the key item you got there, the Earth Rod, and then you should be able to progress after that. Good luck. Cool. Thanks, folks. I'll let you guys know what's coming up.